Live. Death Stream 21 already, guys. Unbelievable. So, welcome everybody. Hope everyone is doing well. I'm planning to do something slightly different tonight. Because I had a discussion earlier today around OpenXR and the hand tracking extension that was added to OpenVR a little while ago. And I just want to explore it and see if we can get a little prototype going. So it'll be a bit different. It'll be a little more C programming tonight. But obviously, we're going to try everything out in Godot. My glasses are dirty. Hang on for a second. Sorry about that. It's bothering me. But before we get started into that, there's another discussion that was happening today, and that's actually a continuation of a discussion that we've been having for a little while, and that is around naming. Should have looked this up before. But if we look at the current documentation, we will see that all our nodes that relate to our VR platform in Godot are all starting with the prefix ARVR. Now that is something that has changed in Godot 4. And I'm not sure if there's already Godot 4. Maybe the latest one is already for Godot 4? I would have been surprised about that. No, we're still on Godot 3 for our docs, but in Godot 4, we have renamed everything to XR. When I started work on this 3 years ago, 4 years ago, something about that, the term XR wasn't, well, it was known already, but it wasn't very popular yet. We did want to do AR, not just VR, so we named this AR-VR. And because, XR as a term has now become pretty much mainstream, we have applied that change to the nodes in Godot 4. So obviously VR in Godot 4 doesn't work yet. That's something that I hope to start working on very quickly. But that's one of the changes that we've done. Now that led to the discussion of why is our main repository on GitHub also called Godot VR. And yeah, so the discussion was being had, should we rename that to Godot XR? And so far, most people seem to be liking that change also because while right now, everything except for AR Core is all VR. AR Core is the first repository on the on our GitHub repository, or on our GitHub organization that actually targets AR. It kind of makes sense to go there. Also, in line of that, I changed the Godot XR tools. It was originally Godot VR tools. Before it was, can't even remember what the original name was. Too long ago now. It kind of makes sense to work with that name. Hey David, good morning. Godot 4 release dates guesstimates. Oh, that's a hot topic that everybody always wants to know, and nobody has an answer to. Seeing the amount of work currently being done, I think we're still a little bit off. I think the discussion within the core team is that we're hoping that we'll have something in beta by the end of the year, early next year. But already one of the decisions that has been made, and very similar to how Godot 3 was done, is that Godot 4 will concentrate on the new renderer, on the new Vulkan renderer, and it will be missing some of the other stuff. That, like for instance, the OpenGL 2 implementation, that will probably be coming in Godot 4.1, and that's just because else it would really be somewhere halfway through next year that it will come out. VR is still an unknown in that, so it's very likely that Godot 4.0 might have either limited or no VR support, simply because my time right now is too limited. We're working on a plan to change that. Unfortunately, there's a couple of things that have already been mentioned in the Q&As, but I want to kind of, until everything is certain and solidified, I kind of want to, not touch on that yet. But yeah, so for VR, we're currently still concentrating on Godot 3. Also because a lot of people are obviously at a point right now that they're very far along with some of the projects that people are doing, and it's too late in their development cycle to suddenly switch over to Godot 4. So I'm assuming that the focus for VR will stay on 3 at least until the end of the year. But yeah, so who knows? You know, it really depends on really how many things get into that first release. That's really what it's all about. There's a lot of talk about a lot of enhancements that are on the boil, from enhancements to the physics engine, to enhancements to GD native, to enhancements to there's been talk to finally have an LOD system in Godot 4. There's talk of having occlusion in Godot 4. All those things are on the roadmap. All those things are being spec'd out, and some of them have already been assigned to people. Some others we're currently still, either waiting for someone to have the time for it, or for someone to step up and hold up their hands. That's all going to depend on the release schedule. The more we decide to include, the longer it will take before we have the first version of 4 out. But seeing how far the renderer is currently, seeing that if you build Godot from master, it's working quite amazingly well. There's a lot of stuff in there that is a giant leap forward from Godot 3. So yeah, it really boils down to how much is going to be in that first release, and what sort of things are going to be pushed out to 4.1 or to a 4.0.1. You never know which way that will turn. So, but I would say very early next year that we can probably expect to be in beta. That's my guess. Don't hold me if it's not going to happen, because I'm not the one who decides. Hey, Rodzilla, how you going? Hi, Rahul. Yeah, it's a lot of thanks to Fredia, who is actually Fredia and Holger, who have done amazing work on the Quest 2 plugin. They've really been driving that. I've been helping on the sidelines, but I think all the credit goes to Fredia and Holger. I'm hoping to get more involved with that as we move more towards OpenXR, which is the thing that I am currently really concentrating on. Or ramping up at least. So again, the OpenXR plugin in its current form is mostly Christopher's work. He's one of the guys from Monaro, who built the original version. I've only just started getting Windows support up and running. I really hope to dive into that and spend a lot of time on the OpenXR plugin next year, and really start. It's probably going to be the first one that will actually work in Godot 4. That's my plan anyway. Okay, so let's have a quick look at how quickly can I change this. Haha. Well, we can already go and change that to XR. That's not really I probably should be adding some of these things. Just change that one. Where do I change the URL for this thing? That's the big question. VR and VR drivers. Where to go? Game engine. Boom, boom, boom. I really should fill in all these other cool things at some point. No. Actions. No, that's just for the actions for checking. All right. That's an interesting one. So these are all repositories. How do I change the URL to this? If anybody has any suggestions on how to do it, because I've changed things over, but I've never actually changed this stuff. It's members, security, verified domains. So no, that's not it. And repository, that's just topics. That's all the repositories that we have. Repository defaults, that's fine too. That's all our project stuff. No. And that's just moderator stuff. So can I change it? That's a good question. Can you change the URL to the to an organization? I don't know. Seems to not be possible. Okay, so anyway, once I figured it out, that change is going to be solidified. So for now, we just have the At least the name of the organization changed. But yeah, once I figure out where to change the setting to change it over to XR, we're going to change it over to that. Now, the really cool thing about maybe that no, it won't work that. One of the cool things about GitHub, the way that it works, at least it works that way for the repositories, is when you rename something, the old URL will keep working. So if people are already having their Git repositories locally set up with, pulling and pushing from the Godot VR organization, even if we rename that, that should keep on working. I don't know if there's a cutoff date for that, but that is something that's pretty cool. Yeah, so when we're looking at the asset library, that contains the official builds that we've released. So for instance, for OpenVR, we're actually much further along on the official repository here than the one that's currently in the asset library. And it has a lot to do with that we've made a lot of larger changes that we want enough people to test with before we say, well, let's make that the new release. Also has to do with that there are some things on the horizon about, some work is being done on the interface around the asset library. So that's something that I'm personally waiting for because of some of the structural changes that we've done in some of these plugins. This is really the place where all the latest versions of everything are, but meaning that you generally need to compile things yourself. So the on the asset library, we actually have the Oculus desktop plugin there as well. Actually, which other ones do we have? That's really a good one, asset library. See what it finds. So yeah, we got the Quest toolkit from Holger, which includes the Quest driver. We have my XR Tools toolkit. We have the OpenVR plugin. We have the Oculus VR Pro. So that's a desktop Oculus plugin. I thought we had a third one. I thought OpenHMD was in here as well, but I guess I was having problems with compiling that for all the platforms that need to be available. So that one's only available through the OpenHMD one here. Interesting, because there is an asset for it. Maybe it just doesn't have VR in the name. That would be a bit crazy. Yeah, doesn't have VR in the name. Oops, maybe I should change that. But that's the other plugin that we have, although that's a bit of an older version that really needs to be updated as well. So yeah, so a number of things are in the asset library, but this is where the latest versions live. So how will OpenXR change that? Nobody knows. OpenXR, as far as desktop VR is concerned, is now finally being rolled out by all the big names in VR. So Microsoft was actually one of the first. So Microsoft has supported OpenVR for the MR ecosystem for a while now. Oculus is officially still in beta, and SteamVR is still officially in beta, as far as I'm aware, but OpenXR is working for both of those. And the Quest has got an OpenXR driver as well. Now, the idea behind this, and our OpenXR plugin isn't far enough for this yet, but the idea behind this is that OpenXR allows you to create your game and just use the OpenVR driver and then deploy your game as is to all these different platforms. There are a few things that are, still a bit iffy there. But generally on desktop, that actually really works really well. I can, this is my little OpenXR test library. I can run this on SteamVR, on Oculus, and on MR just fine. It'll just start and work. It's pretty cool. So I would say probably in about half a year to a year, everything will come out of beta, everything will sort of solidify, and I think that promise will be kept, where you really can build an experience, just use the OpenXR driver. There will be some differences in deployment, but they will be handled by the engine. And yeah, that really makes your game portable. But right now, the OpenXR driver that we have is not feature complete yet. Far from. So you can do some fun things with it, but it's still very basic. Yeah, and basically that's the whole idea. Oh, hi, you, Clint. How you going? Yeah. So yeah, OpenXR will therefore, it'll take away the platform complexities towards the developer. Now, when you look at desktop VR, or actually when you look at Godot itself, Godot kind of already took that approach. So you had to have the right plugin, but as long as you stick with the core VR features in Godot, you can already publish the same Godot game to all the different headsets. You just need to use the right drivers. So you would install multiple drivers in your project folder, and you would then change your export settings to export the correct driver for a platform. OpenXR just simplifies that because you just have the OpenXR driver, and it will look up whatever is installed in your system. And on Windows, that works really interesting. That's part of the things that are still a bit in flux, is because if you have an MR headset and you have an Oculus headset and you have any headset works over SteamVR, which is both Oculus and MR as well. Although I wouldn't probably go through SteamVR in those situations. It makes more sense to go directly. Then that already works. It's you've got this whole thing where if you have all the SDKs installed, you have to nominate which is the primary one, which is the one that will get started when you run an OpenXR application. And that's still something that's a little bit iffy, where it sometimes starts the wrong one, especially when you've done some things in SteamVR and suddenly you start working on your Oculus headset, or the other way around. Sometimes it starts the wrong SDK, and yeah, you have to switch. But that's the developer's situation, right? For an end user, that's not a very likely scenario. Most end users will probably have one headset and just have SteamVR installed, or just have the MR ecosystem installed, and it will therefore use the right drivers over OpenXR. That's also, by the way, one of the things for my toolkit. So I'm working on the Godot XR toolkit, which has just basic functionality right now. So teleport, movement, pickup logic, throw logic, all that sort of stuff. It's all written in a way that it doesn't care what your headset is. So all this logic works specifically. While if you look at the toolkit from Holger, he's ended everything to the Quest. And he's therefore able to use the specific capabilities of the Quest better than a more generic headset. And it's going to be interesting to see how that changes with OpenXR. I think it'll be pretty good because the OpenXR spec covers almost all the bases, if not all the bases. All the big names, Microsoft, Valve, Oculus, they have all had input in the OpenXR spec to make sure that that their functionality is covered. So I have faith that that will work really well. But time will tell. All right. So yeah, I'll leave renaming the URL to when I figure out how that works. I don't want to muck about with that on stream. So let's go and have a look at the OpenXR logic around hand joints and how much we're going to have to build, and see how we can build that into our plugin. Now, I've already scrolled down quite a bit because I wanted to actually start with this picture here. If you want to look at the specs yourself, you can find them on the Kronos website. So we have the OpenXR specs 1.0, which as far as I'm aware is the latest release. I'm just looking at the HTML version. You can see that this is a reference guide, so it has all the functions all listed with documentation and stuff like that. We are currently looking at, where are you? The hand tracking extension, this guy. So this starts with a reference of all the functions. I wish that actually unfolded and gave me direct links to all the parts in here. It's a bit of a shame that I need to scroll down this long list of things, especially because I wanted to start here what this does is this is an open interface towards tracking your finger locations. Now, when you look at something like hand tracking on a Quest or hand tracking with a Leap Motion device, and I'm assuming hand tracking with the HoloLens. I don't know how far HoloLens goes with hand tracking because I haven't, unfortunately, been able to use a HoloLens. I really wish I did, but I don't. Then obviously you are tracking the actual positions of your finger. The device is doing that. The device is translating that to coordinates or orientation and positions of all your pieces of your finger. And OpenXR gives us an interface to that information so that we don't care how that implementation does it. We just care about the end result. Now, when you go to these guys or these guys, then we get a simulation of finger tracking. So I believe that the touch controllers have 3 capacitive sensors, so it picks up your, whether you've got your finger on your trigger, whether you've got your finger on the grip, and whether you have your finger on one of the buttons. So it has capacitive sensors there, and it can therefore deduct what the positions of your fingers is. And it will translate that again to a hand skeleton and give that information to OpenXR, and we can pick that up. We don't care whether we're actually doing real finger tracking or doing that sort of tracking. Obviously, with the index, we're actually tracking 5 fingers through capacitive sensors. I guess actually they're capacitive sensors. But again, the same kind of applies here, is that it's an approximation of your finger position. It's not actually tracking your fingers exactly like hand tracking on the Quest would do, or with the Leap Motion and things like that, where we're using vision analysis to figure out what your hand is doing. But for us, it doesn't matter. So if we implement this, in theory, it should work for all those cases. It should work for the controllers. It should work for hand tracking, for Leap Motion, any of these devices that support OpenXR. Now, what you do with that information and how you apply that information then is not determined by OpenXR. OpenXR basically says, here's the data, do with it what you want. So whether you use that to animate the position of objects to move a hand around, or whether you use that to actually animate a skeleton so that you can have a hand mesh with proper weighted vertices and animate it that way, like the hand that we used and set up in my is that the last stream that we did that, or the stream before? I can't remember where we did the simulated hand. We can you can do it that way. Now for tonight, I'm going to focus on the first option, where we're just using these coordinates to position objects within a scene. But eventually I want to support both. Once we get all the basics working, we can get there. So our first challenge is to actually get this interface implemented, get that information tracking, and then figure out, okay, how are we going to apply that to a hand scene. And I'm probably going to look back at how I've done it with a few other things. For instance, I actually already implemented something like this for my Leap Motion driver. Might actually steal it from that, because I've got a really nice hand mesh in there that we can we can start animating this way. Piggyback on that logic as well. Okay. So yeah, I think the original touch controllers already had that. I'm not sure how much they've extended that capability, because I do know that it does detect all the buttons, so you can actually see your finger move depending on whether you've got it on the buttons or whether you've got it on the little joystick. So all these things have capacitive sensors. I'm not quite sure about the side and how much more it tracks, and whether it's now also tracking your fingers there. And they might have enhanced that. Unfortunately, I don't have a Quest 2 yet, so I can't try it out. I need some water. My throat is a bit dry. All right. The other thing which I think is really important to really stress out, while I am going to be uploading everything that I've changed right now into a branch on the OpenXR driver on Godot VR, which, by the way, before I forget, we can find there, Godot _ OpenXR. So there is our latest driver. I think my fix for the triggers is still open because I still need to talk to Chris about that. We really actually want to do that properly pretty soon. Right now, everything with the hands is hard coded, and it really needs to become a much better system. And that's really something we're fleshing that out. I want to tie it into the proper action system, and actually make everything configurable like you really want it to be. So that's the same for the work today. This for me is prototyping, so we're gonna do it quick and dirty. There's a lot of cleanup and restructuring that I want to do in the plugin. I'm not going to do that tonight. I'm just going to put the logic into the plugin in the most simple way, just to explore how we're going to implement these things, and if we can get it to work, at least have it available for people to play around with and test with. But I think the real implementation will come out of this work. I really see this as exploratory. Not you. The nice thing is they do have a bit of sample code here that we can use, and that we can have a look at what we're doing with. And again, this is where I am going to open up a second page here so that we can go forward and backwards. Because when we look at the top, it's actually structured in order of what we're doing. So the first thing that we need to do is check whether we even support hand tracking. And this is the sample code that shows us how to do that. While over here, we get all those steps individually explained exactly how everything works. So I'm going to close all this stuff. This stuff all doesn't matter at the moment. This is even my wrong one. I need to go in my XR plugins one. There we go. And again, I'm just going to go and close everything up. Yes, I was working on AR code. I've got AR code almost working as a plugin. I just need to find the time to actually finish testing it all. And hopefully, if everything that I've done works, which is going to be interesting, because I've got no idea. We are on a bit of uncharted territory here, trying to get enough of the feature overlap between what Godot can do internally. This started off as a module inside of Godot, which has now been exported as a GD native module. And there's a whole bunch of issues with the fact that GD native modules use wrapper classes. So they're not actual subclasses of the nodes in Godot. They're wrapper classes that you extend. And there's a whole bunch of things that are called internally in the engine that have no idea that there's a wrapper involved, and therefore don't call the code in the GD native module. They call the template code, which does nothing, and the thing falls apart. So yeah, I'm hoping to test that all my work this weekend, and see if it finally works. So fingers crossed that we might actually have the first version of the AR core plugin working, because if that's true, then the changes that we've done to the Godot core can finally be merged into the core, which means that from Godot 3. What are we on? I always forget. About 3.2.4, once it comes out of beta, we might still be able to sneak those changes in. If not, then it's going to be 3.2.5, in which we finally have the AR core plugin working. So that's another one for another day. Right now we are looking at our OpenXR plugin. So that is all going through our interface, which nicely uses our OpenXR API class, which should be a singleton. Perfect, because that gives us access to this. So this is our main communication module towards OpenXR. But we're going to be introducing a couple of classes. Oh, this is fun. Well, that's going to be a little bit harder and a little bit more work than I was hoping for. This is still based on purely on Godot headers. This isn't using Godot CPP yet, so I don't have that convenience. You can still do everything. It just takes a lot more effort to do it. Which also reminds me, I don't have my Leap drivers here. I want those too, because I want to be able to reference those. Let's go and have a look at, where's my Leap motion? Is that still on my personal one? GitHub. Let's have a look. Repositories. And if so, I'm moving that to our Godot CPP one. Shows you how long ago I last worked on this. All right. Let's go and move this guy. Settings. How do we move a repository again? Yeah, I can leave it. That doesn't really matter. It's probably over here. Oh, actually, come to think of it. Did I just not scroll? No, we just have the... Oh, hold on. So do I not just need to rename organization? You can update the name of your organization to match. After change, your old organization becomes available for anyone else to claim. When you change your automatically change to the new. However, some links to your profile won't automatically redirect. Okay, so that might be a little bit more impactful than if you move a thing. All right, danger zone. Transfer ownership. That's what I wanted to do. Godot VR. Type. Bastian Ole. GD Leap motion to confirm. Yes, please transfer this. Hopefully that's my stored password. Yes, it is. Woo. Okay. All right. I think if we do decide to rename the organization, probably need to make sure I give everybody ample warning, just in case it does break a little bit more than I thought. But right now, in theory, this should mean that if I go to GitHub, Leap motion, it should automatically redirect to Godot VR. However, what I am going to do right now is I am going to fork it for myself. There we go. So that I do have it on my original location as well. I just like it that way better because I can make my changes without polluting the that one. I've actually not done that for the OpenXR one. I probably should, but I don't want to mess with that right now. Which now means that I want to clone that guy. github.com/GodotVR. So we're going to clone that one. Actually, do we clone that or do we make that remote? Let's make origin me. Leap motion. Not that I'm planning to work on this anytime soon. But I wouldn't mind actually playing around with it again at some point in time, because they are quite a lot of fun. And yeah, so at some point I do still want to go down the Project North Star route, which would be really cool. GD Leap motion, remotes, boom, remotes, add upstream. Yes, github.com, Godot VR, GD Leap motion. Boom. All right. So now we have my origin pointing to my site and upstream pointing to our now leading Leap motion site. on Godot VR. Pretty cool. Sweet. And the reason I did that is because I had these really cool scenes in here for the hands. And these are object-based scenes. So let's go and copy our two hands into my OpenXR plugin and have a look at that. So these are going to go in here, scenes. I'm just going to put them here, left hand, right hand. There we go. And let's go and have a look at those. See if that just works right off the bat. Ooh, look at that. I'm missing a few things there. So let's go and copy those over as well. I actually want a second window for that. That wasn't quite what I had in mind. Go back to where we were. There we go. Where were we? GD Leap Motion, demo, add-ons, scenes. So we need hand. We need the two materials. There we go. Actually, I don't need to fix that now. Open anyway. There we go. I probably need to just reload that. Because of course the all right, add-ons, the whole path is wrong, which is annoying. Sentable, and this one probably needs to change quite a bit because that's going to have a lot of leap motion code inside of it. What are we looking for? Left hand material. We have more. Oh. Why is there a difference between my left-hand material and my right-hand material? I don't know. Oh, I made them different colors to tell them apart. That's kind of smart. And let's go and do this one. That's long. Okay, cool. Now, interesting enough, now that we fixed it, it still says that. Here we go. So, this is a really ugly hand where we've got all our different bones in there. And this is according to the leap motion spec. So we'll need to see how much we need to change here. In this case... Oh, sorry. I got distracted there. Yeah, I think that would be good. I'm not quite sure. Oh, yeah. I've got these little in-between bones in there. So we're actually changing these main positions. Those are being updated with the leap motion one, with the leap motion code. And then it is these bones that are just sized in between just to link them up. So let's have a look at what we're doing here, because I'm assuming that we're going to have to remove a lot of this code, because a lot of this stuff is all being handled by the old leap motion one. Yeah, that's right. Because what I'm doing with the leap motion device is I'm actually giving it this scene and say, hey, go and track this scene and update the positions in there. And I'm doing that based on the name of everything. And that was something that we're going to follow through with our OpenXR version as well. So everything is going to be name based. So if you change the names, things will stop working. The other thing that we're doing in the leap motion one, which we're probably just going to gut out, is all these what you call them, these gesture recognition things, because we don't actually have that in our thing here. I'm actually going to remove that right away because where's my mouse not working? Come on, mouse. Here we go. Because we won't be using those things here. So all that we're interested in here, which I'm really happy to just use the way that it is. That's pretty cool. It just goes through all the things automatically. That's what you get for using naming conventions. Makes it nice and easy. So in our process delta, when I know that everything's been updated, so here we're going to say that OpenXR updates it all. We're going to go and update the links. Now, we might end up doing this as a callback into our interface. We'll see. Not sure yet. It's going to be interesting to see how we make that work. Might even be that this script that we have here will end up being partially inside of, or be a GD native script. We'll see. Not sure yet. We will find out. So that's our left hand. We probably need to do the same thing for our right hand. And this is the problem, of course, is that the hands are slightly different. You can't reuse the same scene for both hands, or things will really go nutsy. Anyway, sendable material, our hand scripts. That's our right hand material and our bone material. There we go. Open anyway, and we can go and save that as well. So all that I've done is green balls for the left hand, blue balls for the right hand, just simply, and that was for what we're doing here is probably not very important, but for our good friend Leap Motion, that was because I needed to test whether it was recognizing the hands correctly, and this was a nice visual way to do so. So hey, that works. Of course, the whole idea here is that we have default scenes for people to grab, and then they can customize that to their heart's content. And like I said in my introduction, right now we're going to base this all on updating mesh positions, but what you call it? Think. But obviously we want to do a skeleton version of this as well. And we'll see how we deal with that in due time. All right, so there we go. We got some decent little scenes to start with. All right, so we got that in there. That's all good. We got that in there. Let's go and start our stuff. All right, where are we here? OpenXR. Cool. So the first thing that we need to do is detect whether we have hand tracking capabilities. And for that, we're going to have a look at where we're doing our initialization here. And we're just going to add that to the stuff that we're doing. So you can already see that here in our initialization, we are already checking some extensions. These extensions supported. So I want to see, is that doing the same way here? System properties being defined. System properties. So this is calling it through XR get system properties. So what's the difference between using XR system properties and using is extension supported? Or is that actually using some? Hold on. Oh, here it is going to go through the list of extensions. So that's purely to see if the extension is already there. Do we need to do that? Good question. Oh, that's correct. So, enables applications to locate the individual joint of hands tracking input. It enables applications to render hands in XR Expert and interact with virtual objects using hand joints. An application can inspect whether the system is capable of hand tracking input by extending. All right. I don't know. That's something that I need to ask Christopher and see why is he using this approach to check for extensions. So here we just have a list of extensions that are enabled. Oh, I think we're going to place our code separately. So here he's doing that. He's getting his OpenXR driver. We're initializing OpenXR here, making sure that everything works. Making sure we get the right video driver information, right handles, eventually creating our swap change, all good. So by this time we're ready to render stuff to OpenXR. All good, all good, all good. Here's all our action set stuff that needs to be rewritten, but for now it's all hard coded. And then here we are at the end. So I'm going to add our initialization here, but I'm going to actually make a nice function for that so that it's nicely contained. I don't really like having it just dumped into there. is extension. What's the function that we had above here? I kind of like trying to keep things in order. I'm not even sure if they already are, but that's fine. No, that's what I don't do. So if reference space supported. So that's here. Boom. What we're just going to do here. And I'm going to make this a void. And the reason why I'm going to make this a void is because in our case, if hand tracking is supported, we want to use it. But if it's not supported, we don't want to fail on initialization. We're happy if there's no hand tracking support for our OpenXR driver, then we just don't use it. And that's something where eventually I want to have a backwards compatibility layer here that if it is not supported, we're going to do our own implementation based on the work that I did, I think 2 streams ago, where we were mimicking the hand positions based on controller input. And we can bake that in here and make sure that towards Godot, we always have hand tracking, even if it's not supported by the platform. So we're just going to call that initialize hand tracking. I don't really need to send anything through to that. Actually, I'm just going to copy the name, makes it a bit easier. Because we've got everything handy in there. So I'm just going to go and define that here. Boom. Oops. There we go. And one of the things that I'm thinking about is once I do the proper initialization or implementation for this, probably an easier way to just go to the end of this function. We're almost there. Is to only run the initialization of hand tracking when we're actually using the hand tracking module. There we go. So let's go and implement that. Why is this changed? Oh, because of put that on it. Okay, change. Gotta keep my eye on chat. I hope you guys are enjoying this. It's a bit different from my regular content, so nice little experiment, seeing if you guys enjoy this sort of stuff. So we're basically going to do the same thing as here, but I'm going to have a look at some of the changes that is on here. So we've got the XR results. What does that guy do? That parses the results. Where is that output going to? So that's just formatting. Oh, that's just processing that into our result set. Okay, that's a good thing. But where is it going? Oh, it's just outputting it to the log. Yeah, of course. Perfect. Exactly what we want. That's right. vprint is outputting. It's just the printf version, but with allowing additional arguments to be sent in, or your arguments that you send through. Anyway, all right, we're gonna write this out because it's something that I've always been having problems with. Boom. Don't like this formatting. Knowing that they have such long names for this, so we're going to go have a look at this definition here. So this actually needs a couple of things. It needs type alias, or next, and our supports hand tracking. And I've had problems with if they're not all set, that it actually doesn't work. So you can see here, for instance, no, that's just doing that. Where do we have an example of this? Yeah, here we got all the different types identified. So we're going to do that same notation. So this is simply going to be, hold on. Info is, that's going to be equals. And it's going to be what type that. Dot next is null. Does that need semicolons? Commas. Okay. Perfect. And now this is, I think, written back into it. So we can set it to false, but it will be set true by calling our functions here. Now, okay, that's interesting that we have a second structure here to do that with. But that's fine. We'll do that. And again, I'm going to make the same change here in formatting. Seeing that is what we've been doing here. And here there's quite a few more things to consider. So I'm just going to add them all in, put defaults in there. So I'm assuming that is next. Yeah. And we had some really interesting problems here. So that's basically going to point to the structure that we just created here. Kind of interesting. What are all these other ones that we need? Let's see if that compiles even if I leave those empty, if I only add the ones that I need. As I was saying, we had a bunch of interesting problems when we wrote this, or when Christopher wrote this. He was able to specify these things in any order and leaving things out. And then when you compile it on Windows, it just spit the dummy on us. And we have really got no idea why the Microsoft compiler is that much more anal about it, I would almost say. So, overloaded function differs only by return type. Void. Are we returning something? I'm not. Oh, sorry about that. Oh. Because I've got my constructor over here. All right. Okay, 154. Oh, missing a dot. Oh, because I need a comma there. And I actually want to have a comma there as well. Get in there. Making dumb typos. It's always fun when I do live. Okay, so what are we now? Error. Which error is it? Oh, because I still got. This is one of the downsides of Windows, because the DLL gets loaded, the DLL gets locked, and we can't override the DLL. So, glad to hear if I don't specify members that I don't need, it's going to add in defaults. Now, interesting enough, I want to see if I can do this, because that's. I had problems with that they had to be in order, but I might be allowed to skip some. I think I'm allowed to skip some. So in this case, I'm just not going to specify the ones that we don't need. If it's happy compiling that, I want to limit how much unnecessary stuff I want to type. I could probably change it to that notation, but I'm kind of happy to leave it as is. Okay. So now one thing that we are going to change is we are going to capture our XR result in a variable. So we'll define that at the top here. And I'm going to just copy this, even though that's wrong. That's going to be our base. So, and now I'm going to go and copy this bit. So, result is that guy, but that instance needs to be the instance that we created here. Did I just call that instance? Or, no, I need to have a look over here. Is that just called instance? Could be. Yes, it is. Look at that. It's just called instance and session. No special naming there. Makes life easy. Where were we? Oh, okay. So we're going to get our result. And in this case, we're going to say fail to obtain hand tracking information. Boom. Now, one of the things that I do also want to change at some point in time, probably once this is converted to Godot CDP, is that we actually use the proper way to log this, because this is now going to the console output, but there's a Godot entry point that we can call in our API specification that allows us to actually log it to our debug console in Godot itself. So that might be something that will change as well. Okay. I'm actually going to remove those. I don't like semicolons when we don't need them. And then we can basically do this same check here. So we're just going to put that in. Mind our tabs. So in this case, we're going to check if it is supported or not. And at this point in time, I'll just do a printf for now. Hand tracking is not supported. Now, the other thing that I really want to do is I want to actually go and say hand tracking supported. Boom. There we go. So we're going to assume that that is false. And if we get to the end, then that is going to become true. Cool. And that might eventually become something more elaborate if I am going to late initialize this. But for now, I'm actually happy with just checking this at the beginning and just running it through. All right. So let's go and run this. And I actually want to see if... well, it's actually not, don't mind that we have an error there because I want to output when we're successful. And tracking is supported. Okay. And I think that needs to actually be nice -n. There we go. I forgot to save that. That's not good. Always save your changes. All right. So. Really? I do need semicolons on these. It's a bit silly. So I don't need them on ifs. But I do need them on structures. Okay. No, whatever. Nothing like consistency, C++. Alright, so we've got one more. System ID is not known. Okay. So, what is system ID? Okay. Here's our system ID. Um, I am tempted to move that into... So are we using that a lot? We're using that in most calls here. Especially because I want to move a lot of this initialization into helper functions to clean things up a bit. So I think that should be here. I'm going to assume that that's another handle. That could be wrong. Just so that we have a default. And that actually also means... That's right, we can do defaults now. I'm not used to the newer... the newer syntax here. I wonder why this one is not initialized. Maybe it has default initializers as well. That's okay. Alright, what's it unhappy about now? Okay, so XR system ID is not... You know what? I'm just going to leave that like that. I'm actually happy enough that we don't have an instance, so... That'll probably work. Okay. I also need to do something about all these warnings at some point in time. A lot of those have, again, got to do with slight differences between the Linux compiler not being as complainy as the Windows one. All right, there we go. Let's run this guy and see what happens. All right, that is because this guy is outside of my sensor range. Anyway, don't really care. That's probably what we want to see is now... Oh, no, it's still somewhere in here. All right. So, let's have a look. Init successful. Here, hand tracking is supported. Yee. Cool. All right. It's initializing our controllers, even though they're not even on. I actually don't want them to be on because I want to see if it works correctly when I turn them on. Although I fear that I'm going to find out that there's some things not going right in initialization of the current code for that. Where were we? Yeah. So let's keep continuing with that and just following this through. So the next thing is that we need to initialize, and I was kind of skipping over the initialization here, which is just checking whether this, whether we've got support for it. But the real hand tracking logic starts when we initialize our what are these things called? Our hand tracker structures. And we need to create one for our left hand, and we need to create one for our right hand. So this is the structure that we are using to define them with. And then, let me see. Oh, it's encapsulated like that. Okay. Okay, but I want to do this slightly differently. That's fine. Because we have two hands, and I want to initialize them both. One thing that's really important here is that we're initializing the structures that allow us to track our hands and the fingers of our hands. At this point, we don't care whether our controllers are on or whether our hands are already being tracked. Once we start reading that data in our process loop, OpenXR will actually tell us whether the hand is being tracked or not. So in theory, that should mean that if we initialize this at the start and then turn our controller on later on, it should start tracking it from that moment onwards. And if our controller, for whatever reason, turns off, it should stop tracking again, and we can detect that change. All right. So the way I want to do this is obviously keep both hands at the ready. Now, come to think of that, we also need our locations. So I actually think I'm going to make a small little structure for that. I'm going to make a small little... class. And this I eventually will offload into a separate file. I don't like this being in the same file, but for now we are going to keep it nice and easy. Yep, I'm happy about that. So we're going to put our hand tracker in there. We're going to put our joint locations in there. And that needs to have the maximum number of joint counts. Right now, that is all fixed. I'm not sure if that's ever going to be changeable. Why did it not copy the right thing? That's really weird. And we're going to put that one in. Joint velocities. And it's going to be an array of this as well. There we go. And then we have joint locations. No. Okay, that's the that's our entry point. Okay, that's cool. All right. So just need those two. I thought we were tracking more. Where is it? Yeah, so we're going to have our joint counts, so the actual number of joints that we have, and our locations. Okay. And then we have a separate call to get velocities, but we can actually get them all in one go, which is kind of cool. All right. So I actually, oops. No, where are we? Where's my sample code? Here's my sample code. These actually need to be added in here as well. Because we're going to set up the structure one time and then reuse it and reuse it and reuse it, which is kind of neat. That's going to be velocities. There we go. And I'm not going to initialize it here. And that's going to be locations. Boom. So that's all the stuff that we're going to be bringing in here for that. Now, I'm actually more than happy to make these private, by the way. There we go. And instead, we're going to make public. And that needs to be... Of course it does. Like I said, C++ consistency. Public. We're going to go and say hand tracker. I don't think we need a structure right now. You know what? I'm going to actually create that as a separate one anyway. So, new file. Call that hand tracker.h. There we go. We're going to go and move you into there. Boom. I want to also it's our left hand. This is going to be interesting. Go like emails there. Okay, the reason why I'm thinking is because I'm going to have a two-way dependency here, I think. Yeah, I think what we're going to be doing is I'm just going to do a forward class declaration to hand tracker here. So I'm just going to make sure that this knows that we're going to have hand tracking, because I actually need to go and do an include here of our OpenXR API. Boom. And I actually want to have OpenXR API, which we're going to send through here. Okay. And we want to know the hand. So that was the one that I was starting to look at. It's kind of interesting because these are all private. Maybe I'm making my life a little bit too hard here. Maybe I am. I think I'm making my life a little bit too hard here for prototyping. So I'm actually happy to do this. Make that public. I'm just going to make this, I'm going to put all the logic in our initialization. And at some point move that in here, but I need to get some dependency going. I could make this a friend class to make it have access to those, or give access methods that we can, you know. But I think for now that goes a little bit too far. I just need something to store this stuff in. Yeah, and that actually gives me enough reason not to want to have this in a separate file. So we're going to delete that file. I am going to clean that up at some point in time, but for now we're just going to keep it nice and simple, just to get it to work. Because again, I just need to clean up much more of this code in order to do that. Because ideally, I want to have all the logic to track a hand inside of our hand class, so that we can easily switch between the two. Or sorry, we can easily isolate that. But right now, I think that is too much work to do here. So here we got our two controllers. Very cool. As Godot int, so on all our hands. I think this is actually probably a good place to put this, and say hand. Oh, we got talk about consistency. We're not even consistent in naming here, which I really need to change. But that needs to be hand count as well, because we've got our two hands, left and right. Perfect. So yeah, there we go. Which now means with these two, we can go and say for int I is 0, I smaller than hand count, plus, oops. So we can go and initialize our beautiful little hands. All right, which starts with creating our hands. Very cool. So that create info. Type is going to be that guy. Hand is going to be how's it defined? And we're going to do that. Else, I'm going to guess that's going to be a right extension. What's the next one? And joint set. And we are going to use our default set here. Now, as far as I know, okay, let's go back in here. And joint set. See what that's defined here. We just have the default sets. We don't have any others. And that default set means that we get all these bones. So I'm guessing at some point in time, OpenXR will have support for aliens. I don't know. Or maybe they'll have some simplified versions of this where we're not tracking every bone, but maybe just a few. I don't know. I can't really think of a reason why. But, you know, a little bit of forward thinking that there might be a reason to have different joint sets or different breakups of the hand. I'm not sure. Right now, it's just the default that is supported, which means that we're going to get the positions for these. All right. And now we're going to go and call our function. And this takes our session, which we know we have available. And that takes our create info. And that takes our tracker, but that is now, where did we define it? Hand trackers. I dot hand tracker. There we go. Boom. Sweet. All right. Now. All right. So if we are not successful, and actually in this case, we're only going to react if we are successful. Well, let's keep a comment in there. Not successful. We might need to keep a status of that. I'm not sure. I think we might want to. So, oh, we don't need this anymore. There we go. We therefore do want to do hand trackers I dot false. Boom. And we're going to get yes that this is going to become true at some point in time. Boom. All right, so now we need to go and set up our velocities. Now in our case, we have those things already set up. How did we do that? We've already got them defined here, so that's pretty cool. So type is going to be hand joint velocities. And trackers. Joint count is that one. And trackers. I really can't type today. Joint velocities. And that is going to point to our velocities buffer. So that's going to be hand trackers I dot velocities. And the reason why we are initializing our velocities one before the other one is because this one is going to be used before the other one. And I guess in our case, it actually doesn't really mind because we've already defined them. So, okay. We're going to do the same thing for locations. Yeah, so I swapped those around. Oh. I guess that's a bit of my nitpickering. Oh, and I forgot to do that. Okay, so let's go and put this in place. And of course, these all need to be on the velocities structure. So here we're going to have type. Oops. No, over here. So that's our locations that we're going to ask for. There we go. And here we want to do next. So we want to point to our velocities one. Do we need to? Yep, that we do need to do. Boom. And I'm just going to go and copy these two over. Because we have our joint count, but this is locations. So we just rename that. And our joint locations is this guy. Boom. There we go. And there we go. Our two structures are nicely initialized. Hi, Ivan. How you going? Nice of you to join again. We're looking at adding hand tracking to our OpenXR plugin today. So we're doing some C++ programming instead of some GD script programming. So it's a little bit different than what I usually do, but I wanted to see if we could get this to work. So this, in theory, should initialize our plugin. Let's close this before it gives an error on compiling on that. There we go. Boom. I've got lots of errors to fix. Let the compiler do all the hard work. That's interesting because that is in a for loop. 176 here. Why is that complaining that it doesn't have I, even though we're inside of a for loop that has defined it? Because I have used the wrong things here. There you go. I bet you that's the problem. There we go. All right, getting closer. Is not a member of and joint velocity checks. Okay, joint locations. This one. Because I need to copy these two as well. There we go. Look at that. Always be careful when you copy stuff. All right. So. All right. XR create hand tracker external reference in public. All right. That means that our copy of OpenXR that we have is outdated. All right. Oops. No, this one. Okay, so I've got 109 here. Where is that coming from? I've forgotten that. Yeah, I know. Is it in my README? All right. Now that's the one that needs to be compiled. I got the compiled versions. Where did I get the compiled versions? Windows beginner version can be found in OpenXR loader Windows. Currently on the. Where am I getting the pre-compiled? OpenXR pre-compiled Windows. Where did I get them from? Because it's not these. Because I bet you that, because this is a pretty new extension that they added. I'm pretty sure that it's probably being compiled with an older version as a result. Now, we could probably compile our own, I guess. So what version are we on here anyway? What is this? Yeah, we're on 12 already. Where did I get them from? Is it here? There we go. Is this it? Yeah, Windows binary and NuGet package of the loader attached. Cool. Let's go and download it. So the nice thing about you guys are on Linux, that OpenXR just becomes part of Linux. And you get the stuff all bonus. And in Windows, we need the loader. Yay. Download it. Let's download it. Cool. All right. So this is going to be new. Come on. Come on. 1.0.12. Okay. 0.12. Let's go to my downloads folder. Here we go. Copy, paste. There we go. I don't think that is part of our. Let's actually go and copy that URL in here. Use yeah, you can download latest version from boom. Okay. Just so that we don't forget that. It's kind of nice to have it. I'm actually pretty sure that I'm not including that in my GitHub repository. What the heck? There you go. Let's see. OpenXR loader. No, 109 is in there. What else? Why do I even have this in there? Oh, okay. We do include lib files here, else they're not going to be right. Okay, that makes sense. All right, let's go get rid of 9. I don't think we need 9 anymore. Why do I need permission to download that? Why do I not have permission to delete that? Oh, probably because I've got it open. Okay. It's got nothing to do with permissions. It's got to do with the fact that everything's open. That also means that in our scones file, we need to go and find 1.0.9 and change that to 12. There we go. All right. Let's see if we have some more luck now. Okay, so still unresolved external symbol, XR hand tracker external. Wait. Why? That does not make any sense. Because it's in our definition. That's the other thing. It is actually in our definition. There it is. So why would that not be linkable? That does not make any sense. Are we forgetting to include something? Do we need to include... we got a loader in there. We got a loader DLL. That reminds me, I probably have to copy that over into our demo folder. Yes, I do. Else we're going to have a problem with that. Why is that an unresolved? That's going to stop us in our tracks. All right, create hand joins handle. I don't get it. I don't have a clean script in here. That's a shame. We could force it. Oops, that's not gonna work. Just want to see if it has got something to do with it not being recompiled. Okay, no, still unresolved external. Create hand tracker extension. Reference function public. Why? Okay. That's just fixing. Now I want a specific for this one, guys. Well, I guess I'm the only one who's got this problem then. Oh, okay. Seriously? That's pretty dumb. Have we got anything else like that? Okay. We're doing hand tracking. Seriously? Okay. So, if I read this right, function pointer for an OpenXR function. Function pointers for all open chain with function that actually a symbol. So applications can link against the loader library or load it dynamically and look at the set. Loaders must export function symbols for all core. So, if I understand this correctly, maybe I don't know. But if I understand this correctly, our loader is only exposing our because everything in Windows goes through a DLL, right? So there's going to be entry points for all our functions, which the DLL is actually getting from the OpenXR server system. So the loader is getting all the pointers to functions, but it's only doing that for the core functions. It's not doing that for the extended functions, which means that we are going to have to get those and then store them somewhere, which is freaking annoying. Okay. So we got our function definition here. Okay, do we have an example of how they want you to use this? Um, I always forget how to do this again. C define function pointer. This is something that I don't do every day. There we go. Exactly. So. And this is the other problem. We've already got it defined here as such. I don't think I can go and redefine it, can I? Well, I'm sure there's going to be a better way of doing this. Actually, let's have a look. Where's our... Go back to code. That's the doc loader source. I've never written a loader for myself, so. um, how does it do it? You know what? I'm going to go and clone this guy so that we can have a look at it. All right, cool. So, hello. So the thing that we're looking for is not you, because I can define a function pointer to the function. That's not really hard, and then obtain the pointer through the get instance proc address. But I want to see how we can actually do it the way that the loader does it, because that would actually make sure that our function is working like this. So let's see how they're using it themselves. So that's our definition. Where is it actually loading the thing? Actually, that's probably an easier way to do it, is to look for one of the functions that we know works. So XR create instance, for instance. All right. Okay. What is it actually doing? No. Oh, of course, I pick one that's doing a whole bunch of more things. Okay. That's let's find one that is actually a little simpler. I think I'm getting an idea of how they've done this, and we can probably go and mimic that. But I need a simpler function. Here we go. XRNC loader, create session, da 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 da. Cool. And that's actually going through those. Okay. All right. Fine. We can do that. I'm not sure if this is going to be the right way to do it, but it is going to be the way that I'm going to do it. And maybe someone will someday tell me what I should have done here. But we are just going at the top here. Should I put it in a separate thing? Nah. Actually, maybe I want to put this all at the bottom. Why not? Will you press the button next to that button, please? There we go. This is what you get when you work in different languages every day. You start mixing these things up. Loader extension function. All right. Now I hate the way that this is. Formatted. I don't care. Boom. There we go. So we're going to make a function that we are now calling from our code. And we're going to implement what it is that we need to do here. So the next thing that I want to do is it's a good one. So yeah, XR results. Boom. Actually, I want that to be. We're gonna make that a global guy. Pointer. No, pointer needs to be in the front. Da, da, da. Okay. The same definition. Maybe null. All right. All right. First time we're going to call this, we're going to go and call our yeah, you know what? Actually want that over here. Results is actually the other thing that I really want is I want that to be over there. Okay. So, dang it. Okay, we're gonna make that part of our. Is that gonna work? Is it gonna be happy about that? No, it's not gonna be happy about that. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Bummer. Pain in the butt. Well. Damn. All right, I'm gonna make this really dirty. Again, we're just prototyping, and I don't want to overthink this. What do we need? We need XR instance. Okay. XR instance. Get instance. Get our instance. There you go. We've got an access method to get our instance. And the other thing is we're never going to be calling. Okay. What's a good error here? Rejoin codes. Boom. Handle invalids. We're just going to return that. Boom. All right. Which now means that we can do singleton get instance. It's dirty. I feel really dirty doing that, but for now, I just want to get it to work. So that's what we're doing. All right. Here we go. Boom. And that's going to return our void function, which is this guy. Boom. All right. So we now should have a function here. Oh, let's see, what's everybody doing? Yeah, Ivan, indeed, you can create very messy programs as I am showing here. This is pretty dirty what I'm doing here, but it'll hopefully get us over the hurdle. Hi, this is Alex. How are you going? Hope you're fine. So yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I'm a big C++ fan. I have programmed C++ for my well, since I was a teenager, so I love it. But it does have some very interesting quirks, and especially when we look at using some of the new dialect stuff, which I'm not fluent in because I'm an old school C++ programmer. For years I would not go beyond C++ 98. I think the version is. So I'm still getting used to some of the newer syntax options that you have. Yeah. Some things are improvements. Some things I'm sort of going like, that's pretty inconsistent. Anyway, so the problem that we of course now have is that we can't actually call our function that we had to find stuff. Actually, that also means I'm just going to log some things over here and say attempting to call before OpenXR is initialized. Boom. N. So that at least we get some output if something goes wrong here. The other thing here, so I actually want to go and have a look at Christopher's function that he wrote, which I cannot call right now. Got half a mind of making that a static function, so I can call it. But all I really care about is this. I'm not sure. Why do we have a make macro for that? Okay, failed. So if we failed, in this case, I'm not going to go through the whole error handling because that's not even available here. Instead, we're going to just return with that result. I'm happy to oh, actually, that's kind of cool. We just return that result in this case, which means that our error handling calling this function will do the correct thing, which it's kind of doing over there as well. Actually, in this case, I'm not worried about that bit of it. Okay. So that's in there. That's in there. So now we should be able to call it. Now we should be having, if we get here, we should have a valid call function. So that's going to become star.dot. And we're just going to go and send through the rest of our things. So that's going to be create info and instance. There we go. Okay. Now, here's the other thing which is really interesting. We're already getting our instance here. So we don't actually have to worry about that. We're just going to reuse that here as well. Ha! That makes life easy. We don't need to worry about that. So our hacky thing, we don't need our hacky thing. Cool. Actually, that's pretty cool. So if we don't have a pointer, we're going to get the pointer. If we do have a pointer, we're calling the pointer. And we're just going to return that. Here we go. I think, in theory, that should work. Let's see if it compiles. That wasn't the last thing that I did. All right. Scones platform. Go for it, Scones. Do your thing. Do your magic. What did we do wrong? Warning. Error. Cannot convert argument 1 from XR instance pointer to XR instance. What? One five two five. then why is it sending an instance pointer to this? Because... copied the wrong one. Okay, doesn't matter. That's easy to change. Let's hope that we are still getting our... where's our... and tracking. Boom. It's this guy that we need. And of course, we're not getting our instance there. So sorry, I do still have to do that. And that means that I'm going to go over here. And we're going to see if we can undo that stuff. That sucks. I was hoping that we didn't need to do our hacky thing. We do need to do our hacky thing because I am implementing the wrong function. All right, so. All right. Okay. And here we can see no prototypes. Then it's going to take out the... so I bet you we have to implement all 3 of these. So yeah, let's go and fix this up, shall we? So XR, that's the one that we're going to actually be calling. You know what? I don't really like those spaces, but Clang will fix it up for me. Doesn't really matter. There we go. Boom, boom. So that replaces that. There we go. That's the one that we're going to be doing, which now also means that this is going to become that one. Pointer. Okay. Which is now the one that we're going to be setting. I need to change the parameters in a minute. Don't worry, I will do that. That means I need to put you in there. Boom. There we go. Which means we're going to put you there. Session. Create info and tracker. Boom. And that's going to be returned. Da-da-da. Okay, now we just need to fix up our parameters over there. Yep. So what I'm actually going to be doing is I'm going to be doing this, this, and now that's. There we go. So we're going to have our function pointer defined, and then we're going to have our call. I do want to have that there. I do want to have that there. Okay, so let's see if now we're calling the right one. All right, what's it unhappy now? Error, syntax errors. 146. I am forgetting that one. Getting closer. There. 1530. 1530. What? Oh, singleton ending. That's because that is OpenXR. What are you called? You know what? I'm gonna copy it from here. OpenXR API. That's probably going to give me a problem that... No, actually, that should... Private member, so... The problem is I don't want to call get API here because I don't want to I don't actually want to initialize it if it doesn't exist in this case. I want to just use it. I'm going to deal with that. You like hacky things? Yeah, Ismir, you love hacky things. I know you do. And Ivan, nothing bad about being old. It just means that we know more. Ah, okay. You know what? Again, we're just gonna hacky things for now. We'll clean that stuff up at some point in time. Yeah, I'm really surprised because I'm wondering. I'm actually going to do this differently. I'm going to do this differently. And the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to go over here, and I'm actually going to make that void. No, this one's actually going to become a bool as well. Initialize engines. I'm actually going to put that over here. All right. Put that guy over here. Okay, boom, boom. From here, we're going to return true. And we might, in the end, put some more of this stuff, but instance creates. That's actually interesting. When are we? Is that what I'm missing? Do we need to enable our extension? But how would it fail under? I do want to do that. I'm pretty sure that we should be doing this. Although we had this loading. Well, I'm going to put it in there just in case. Because I think we need to enable that one as well. And here we're going to go and create our instance. Okay. Oh, we already have our instance at this point. When are we creating our instance? Here we go into all our properties. All right, I need to clean that up at some point as well. Oh, here we're loading our instance. Okay, perfect. Boom, instance. Here's a system. Actually, I want to do our system properties. Do we do that first? Well, I'm going to put it for now. I'm going to put it in here. And just initialize our extensions and say if not initialize extensions, junk. I guess we just return here. Okay, fine. Then we might move that down at some point in time. But for now, that's there. We have enough. All right. So, all the way down here, I'm going to leave this here. But what I'm going to be doing here, boom. Hey, what? That's it. You go over there. Don't care about you. That we're going to move. So if we don't have a pointer, we're out of here. Instead, we're going to do that all over here. Okay. We're going to put our failure in there in a minute. XR results, boom. Boom. There we go. And in this case, we can actually do it like this. Bang. Bang. Why do I say return false? Come on, Bass. Okay, so fail to obtain. Pointer. Boom. Cool. All right. So we're going to need more pointers that we initialize. We can just put them all in here. Here we have our context, which also means that I don't need to do this. I just do this. It means I have access to everything that I need. All right, and I don't have to worry about my singleton. Boom. We're doing it at the right time, at the right moment, and we're getting our additional function pointers. Oh, okay. What is OpenXR? OpenXR is a interface to VR and AR drivers that allows us to not have to worry about what headset we have. So it's a cross-platform implementation of XR, and you can write your games as a result and deploy them to Oculus, deploy them to Steam VR, deploy them to the MR ecosystem, deploy them to the Quest with one single implementation. It's kind of cool. And Ivan, that is the definition of wisdom. Yes. Hey, Game Endeavor, how are you going? Hi, Adressoft. Welcome again. All right, so we still have errors, but we're getting closer. Okay, so that's is now giving us an error, and I'm guessing that's because we have defined them all the way at the end, and it wants to define them at the beginning. So let's just move them up. Let us just move them up here. So, boom. I'm just going to put a few small headers here. This is for a singleton. I really can't type tonight. Think And here's our... Just to break that up a bit. Let's see if it's happy now. No, still not happy. What am I doing now? Okay, so 182. Start there, 182. Okay. Ah. Yep. Because it is an undefined pointer, we have to cast that. Because I also can't do anything with it. Because again, this get address thing is meant for all our functions, so it needs to be able to set it for all the different ones. All right, so 312. What are we doing wrong there? 312. Can I convert from XR structure? Oh. I'm guessing it will be that. Let's see if that is... I'm going to go over here. All right. You know what? I'm going to leave that out for now. We'll see if that actually works. I'm hoping that our system thing is enough of doing what we need to do. All right. So far, so good. All right. Well, at least it compiles. Let's say that we got that far. Okay. So we've got our hand tracking is supported at the end if all of this works. So there's two possibilities right now. Either our function gets called and it does something, or it's going to crash. We'll see. Okay. Let's see which one of the two it is. The other thing that I really want to do is I want to make sure that this guy... I'm just going to put that on my head for a minute. It's really uncomfortable, but I'm actually not going to open the editor. I'm just going to run it. Ooh, OpenXR failed. Error. Error. Function unsupported. Well, there you go. Why is that not supported? That's uncool. Okay. That is really weird because we were able to do our initialization before. So I'm guessing that we definitely have to go and enable it first. I'm guessing we have to enable that extension first. Okay, where's extensions? But the question now is, what is the name for that? Okay, so I want to go back to this and see. All right. Find my folder. Okay. Of course, that is a pretty common name. Dang it. How am I going to find that? Actually, it has to be somewhere in here. All right. Here we go. There we go. There we go. Yep. That's our thing that we need to enable. Oops. There we go. We're gonna enable our hand tracking extension name. All right. Oops. All right. Quit. Now, that means that could fail. And the question then is, will enabling the extension mean that we can get the function pointers even if hand tracking is not supported? But then we will later on find out it's not supported, and we skip the initialization, which is fine. In which case we shouldn't error out when we have an error in getting those functions. Or will we always get the function pointers, but then we just don't end up using them? Hi, RKB. How did I learn OpenXR? I didn't. I am piggybacking on the work Christopher did. He actually built the OpenXR, the initial version of the OpenXR driver, and I just stepped in and started helping out. Now, the big thing to start with is what we have been using tonight, is the OpenXR reference guide on the Kronos website, and that contains really all the information that you need to know in order to understand OpenXR, and that's just where you start. So we have been working through the example code and the information on hand tracking. That's the bit that we're implementing right now, and that's right now really well, I've done a little bit before because I've made the plugin work on Windows, but that's really how much I know about OpenXR right now. Hey, we have to start somewhere, but a lot of what I've looked through quite a bit of the code of Christopher wrote, obviously. A lot of the stuff that's in here is very similar to both OpenVR and the Oculus SDK. And that has a lot to do with the fact that both Valve and Oculus and Microsoft have all been involved in building the spec. So a lot of the approaches that were taken in OpenVR and a lot of the approaches that were taken in the Oculus SDK, they all apply here. So it's all very recognizable and similar. So for me, having been involved in writing the plugins for both those other platforms, a lot of this stuff is very recognizable and very easy to follow. So yeah, let's have a look if enabling our our extension will help. Ooh, da-da. And of course, because this guy is not visible because I forgot to put it on my head, it wasn't tracking, which now also means that we got a log full of I'm not tracking errors, which is really annoying. But the thing that I want to look at is hand tracking is supported. So that means that we've run through our whole interface. We have called our function that we just defined without it crashing, which means that, as far as I'm concerned, we're doing the right things. Now, next step. Okay, so where was our example? Because I'm looking at the wrong place. So in our loop, we need to do our, or I called our joins locate info stuff to actually update stuff. Okay. Okay, so that does that, and it populates everything that we have. So obviously we are not actually doing much with that, which is really interesting. All right. That is fine. Well, the other thing that's really interesting is that we're not cleaning up at the end. I don't actually know if Christopher has actually implementing much cleanup code in here. And if he hasn't, we're not going to follow suit and just not do it. But else we should really clean up our stuff. Which of course is important because that means that we need to... so we're just freeing a whole bunch of stuff and we're destroying our session and destroying our instance. So I'm going to assume that as we destroy our session and we destroy our instance, we are also cleaning up all the hand tracking stuff that we've initialized. Obviously, our structures will be cleaned up automatically when we exit. because that's just allocated memory part of our class. But it's mainly the one that I'm thinking about is our create hand tracker, because there is a destroy hand tracker function. And again, because it's bound to our session, I'm assuming that when you destroy the session, we'll also end up destroying our hand tracker. If not, then yeah, we got some memory leaking going on. Now, as far as I'm aware, nobody is uninitializing and reinitializing the drivers, which would be a lot of overhead anyway. So generally speaking, when Godot closes, it cleans up everything anyway. So, but I think at some point in time, it would be nice if we do clean up. I do think that we should do that in the final version. However, that means that if we are going to go to our create hand tracker. So here we see that we have our destroy hand tracker, and we have our locate hand joints. So that's the one that we're calling here, right? Yeah, locate hand joints. So that's, you know what? We're going to implement both of them just to have them handy, even though we're not going to be using one. So we're going to do exactly the same trick. I'm going to put that over here. So, first things first, the functions that we'll actually end up calling. Boom. This guy too. I just want nice tabs. And again, Clang format will eventually clean it up for me, so it doesn't really matter that much. There we go. That's our functions. And now we need to do our definitions. Boom. Alright, so in this case, I'm just going to use XR results. Boom, boom, boom. That's going to then be pointer, hand tracker. Oof. And that just is null because we don't have it yet. I'm just going to go copy that over here. We're going to call our destroy. We're going to give it our hand tracker as a parameter. Also going to go and check if that one's null, and that should implement our destroy hand. Now, obviously, we still need to get the pointer. We'll get back to that in a second. We'll do the same here. There's null. Boom. Don't care about you. Don't care about you, because this is all for external calls. And this is part of our internal call in this case. Pointer. There we go. I actually want some spaces here as well. I like a space after my function definition. So that is our pointer. Very good. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. We're going to check our pointer. We're going to call our pointer. Hand tracker. Location info. Locations. Boom. I think that'll do the trick. Oh yeah. Initialize. Yeah, there we go. So we're just going to go and copy this twice. 1, 2. That's our extension. Go. No, not you. Here we go. So we're first going to do this one. So that. And again, we might not error out on these. We might change that. I'm not sure yet. It's going to be hard because that is then a question about you know, how do you test if you don't have hand tracking implemented? Don't know. Because again, if we don't have hand tracking support, we don't want our module to fail. So I might end up ignoring the errors here. I'm not sure about that. Actually, I'm going to make a remark here. Maybe we should remove the error here. If the extension Extension. Not supported. Not doing anything. Again, that's for later. Okie doke. Boom, boom, boom. I think that does it. Now we have to use it. So. No. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Okay. Update controllers here. Now, one thing that I really wonder about is we're doing this stuff. Have I not already got that in here? That's something that I want to know. I guess not. I'm slightly surprised by that. Okay. So XR wait frame. Yeah, frame state. Oh, okay. So that's probably defined here, is it? Yes, it is. Look at that. Cool. So we already have our frame state at this point in time. We're doing update controllers here. So we're going to add a update hand tracking. Boom. Cool. Okay. Update controllers. So we're going to add a void update hand tracking. There we go. And now update controllers. There we go. I want to put it nicely below here. And say void OpenXR update hand tracking. And this is where we'll implement the rest of our code. So we know that we already have access to frame state. That's cool. Interesting that they copy that here and not just use that directly. Fine. I'm happy about that. So we're just going to copy this. But again, we're going to use a different notation for this, which is like this. Dot type is that, comma, boom, world space. Okay, we need to have a look at the where the world space is coming from in a minute. Okay. I'm pretty sure that we have that already as well. We've got a play space, we've got a view space. Good question. XR space. How is Christoph using that for here? Oh, we're actually doing a locate space there. It's a good one. So view space is in relation to our headset. Play space should be in relation to... That's local space. Oh, play space is local. I'm tempted to use this and just see what we're going to get. Where's play space type coming from? Because here he's doing our thing here, actually. You know what? Let's go there. Let's go there. Which types do we have? View local stage. Yeah, we're going to use our local space there. We're going to use our play space. So, play space. That's what we're going to be using in our update hand tracking. So, and we'll see whether that is doing what we want it to do. But that's going to be interesting. We might, as a result, have our hands just fly off. We'll see. Ooh, we're running through our time. Bit of a noise. Okay. Which now means we should be able to go and call this guy. Oh, yeah, I need to do this in a for loop. Int I is 0. I is smaller than hand count. I plus plus. Oh. Of course. Spaces. You get when you copy stuff from the internet. Okay. And again, this is where it's going to be important that we, at some point, get a little bit more restrictive with error codes and stuff, because we're going to keep getting errors here. If it fails once, you'll keep failing. Where do we have... Okay. Here we're just simply going to say if we're successful, because that returns true if we're successful, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, returns true. So if we can't do this, we're just going to ignore it. If we can do it, then we do that. Now the other thing that we need to do is this needs to become hand checkers I dot. Oh, that's the other thing. If not hand tracking supported. So if we didn't initialize properly, we're obviously not going to be running this. Space. Okay. Now hand tracker. There we go. And then this one needs to be... that was locations. Yeah, locations. So no, this one. So that will also update that because of that next pointer that's in that structure. But this should mean that at this point in time, we have our info. So now we can go and say if dot is active. Boom. We now know that we have info. Okay. Now, in theory, we don't actually have anything more to do here right now because we have now got updated poses. Now we need to use those poses, but that's obviously not going to be in this logic here. We're going to be consuming that somewhere else, which also means that we need to go and get access to this stuff. Kind of interesting. We're probably going to run out of time to build this tonight. We will see how far we'll get. Let's see if at least this runs. Maybe, because that's what they're doing over here. Yeah, so we can that. Yeah. I don't actually want the tip. I want a different one. So we're going to get from this whole thing. Start with a palm. Let's copy that pose for now. What's in our pose? Dynamic position. I only care about the position here. This is going to spam our thing like crazy, but that's fine. And I. Yeah. Position. XYZ. Okay. So we're just going to output whatever the position is of our hand. And we'll see what that is. And I'm going to guess that that's going to be the position of our hand, of our wrist, in relation to our origin point, not in relation to the controller position, which is kind of interesting. But we'll see how that goes. All right. Okay. I actually want to do one more thing, and that is, and again, this is going to spam our log, but it's fine. And I inactive. Okay. Obviously I need to close that, or it's not going to run or compile. Okay. Location info. Oh, no, what? 63. Oh, that's all the way at the top. Okay. One of our help functions here. Locate info. Okay. Typo. Joint locations unspecified. Okay. Okay, of course. That is because that is part of our tracker information. All right, getting close. Third location is not. What did we call it then? We called it joint underscore locations. Okay. That's what I get for changing the name. There we go. All right. So I'm going to put this on my head again so that it actually gets tracked so we don't get that error spamming our log. Our controllers are off, so I'm expecting both to be inactive. And obviously we're not seeing anything yet happening. Oh, sorry, I don't want to be in the editor right now. Run. Okay. All right, that's really interesting that we're actually getting. Thing obviously that I've forgotten is -n and -n. But we're getting that they are active, which is really weird because they're not active. Actually, I should be able to compile when I'm in there. No, my controls are not active, so that's interesting. Let's see the window. Boom. So it is obviously getting that, but we're not getting any position info. So I'm going to turn this guy on. Should eventually start. There we go. And we're now suddenly for hand 1, we're getting locations. All right. But I'm not happy that we're getting nans there. That is really annoying. So that is supposed to be set to only to true. If our controller is actually active. Now, sucks. Obviously, no, we don't want to go through the controllers because there's no guarantee that we have controllers. This is going to be independent of our controllers. Oh, sorry. Okay, I want to try one thing, just in case it's that. What we're going to be doing we're going to give it a default value of false, just in case that it turns it to active if it's active, but never turns it back down. This is unknown. The only none I like is a cheese one. Yeah. Okie doke. Because else we actually need to check for nan, which I'm not quite sure how you do. That. Okay. Here we're going. Okay, so This is even worse. We're getting values for a controller that's not even on. Okay. Okay. Check for nan. If I can see. All right. Is nan. There we go. All right. I'm going to turn this thing around as a result. I'm actually going to go do this. And the reason I'm just changing that is that this prevents a copy of the data. So the palm is our root of our hand. So if that has nans, then we know that we're in trouble. Let's see if that works. Okay. You're lying to me. So that comes out of C math. Okay. Do we have a normal C function? Because I don't really want to do that. Okay. So I can't believe that's not included. Do we just include it in the top here? Yeah, we're not. It's a basic function. Come on. Okay, that's because we have the wrong type. I forgot to add this in. There we go. So, with OpenXR, Clint, or with one of the other ones? I can imagine with OpenXR, because we're not really properly checking a lot of things. That's all part of the work that I want to be doing very soon. Okay. Okay, this is really weird. So, when it is nan, we are now detecting it as inactive, which I'm pretty happy about. But it's not always nan. I don't think there's much that we can do about it, other than that our hand's going to fly out, you know, a couple of billion miles away, so we're not going to be able to see it anyway. So, whatever, right? Obviously, this is something that I'm going to send to my friend at Valve and say, like, why is this happening? It's not good. For some reason, an inactive controller. It's coming. Actually, inactive. Yeah, controller. It's coming back. Inactive. There we go. Which also means that if it's inactive, because that allows us to check things, right? So, okay, cool, cool, let me go. Bleep, bleep. All right, cool. Now we need to get access to this stuff in Godot. And for that, we're going to create a new Genie native object, hand. And we're going to implement that. So here comes a step. And I've done the same thing in the OpenVR plugin, where I'm adding a Genie native object to add functionality we currently do not support in the core of Godot's VR implementation. But that is a temporary way of doing things in Godot 3. In Godot 4, I actually, and this is one of the reasons why I waited with this, I wanted to get experience with this in OpenVR. I wanted to get experience with this with OpenXR. And from that, come up with a way that we're going to implement this logic in the core. So that when, just like we now have an AR/VR controller that works for our controller, we're eventually going to have potentially, presumably, a AR/VR, or like in Godot 4, it's actually now renamed to XR. We're going to have an XR hand or something along those lines. Is my current way of thinking, and that is going to give us a standardized way of accessing this information, but then leave it up to the plugin to implement how that actually works. That's my current line of thinking, which means that we have a lot of freedom for implementing it right now in our plugin. But it also means that if you make use of this in your game with this plugin, you can only do it for this plugin. It's no longer cross-platform toward the other SDKs. So, okay. We are nearing an end, so I think I'm gonna get this to a point where we're going to get our script, and it's going to update its base location based on the palm. And that's where we're going to end tonight. And either I'm going to keep on working on this over the weekend, probably I am, or might dedicate another stream to this, which might be cool. Or maybe I'll do a stream this weekend if I get the time. I'm not quite sure what my plans are for the weekend. We will see. Anyway, so to create a new object, that is going to be an interesting little challenge, because I haven't done that for a little while. Let's have a quick look at lead motion. That's also using Godot CPP. I am so tempted in, but that's not going to be something that we're doing tonight. There's definitely something I'm going to be doing soon. Is porting this stuff over to Godot CPP. Now I need OpenHMD. I think isn't using Godot CPP. No, that one's using Godot headers. Cool. Because again, I haven't done this for a little while, so let's go have a look. All right, so we're gonna do that old Steel C style. Yay! Oh, that makes me so happy. Not, but it is what it is. Oh, this is a pain in the butt. An absolute pain in the butt. But it is what it is. I'm not gonna solve that tonight. So I am gonna change the naming convention for this. New file. Open XR and H. Open XR hand.cpp. There we go. All right. OpenXR and for now, what's up? Okie doke. Now again, I haven't done this for a while, so bear with me while I piece it together from how this works in here. That's that one. I just want to keep these open so that we remember what we're doing. Ah, there's none of these in there. That's interesting. I am gonna do this like this. I always like to have that protection around it. It's not sure if that's really needed, but that's okay. So that's all our normal stuff. So I'm gonna put these in for now. And this is the way that you build old style GD native C components. Pain in the butts, but it is what it is. All right, so that is actually using, we can do that here too. No, we don't. So we're gonna make another structure here. That's okay. And again, this is so much easier when you use Godot CPP. This bit of annoyance that I don't have that in there. However, where is this stuff initialized? That's the other problem. Can't remember that. Here we go. Oh boy. Okay. That needs forward handle. Okay. I'm actually going to OpenXR hand register. Where is right here? Forward handle. Yeah. All right. Let's just start with registering it and seeing if we can use it inside of Godot and take it from there. So now that we have that as something that we can register, we actually need to go and register it, which we do from here. Boom, the handle, which also means that we're going to have to include OpenXR hand.h here so that we can actually include that one. All right. The other thing that we obviously need to do, what about that? Do we? No, we don't, I think. I don't know. We will see. Actually, seeing that we do the register here, I'm probably not going to care about that at all. Instead, I'm going to put this at the end. Like that, because they're now defined at the top. We've got that one there. Perfect. Yeah, we're gonna just keep that completely internal. It's fine. I do want a struct here. This is eventually going to become our hand Data. And again, this is where I'm not so happy that we don't have any data on this thing. Oh, here we got one. Okay. So what do we do? What do we need here? First of all, we need an integer for hand. Which hand do we have? 0 for left, 1 for right. But I might actually make this equal to how we are doing our controllers, and say 1 is left and 2 is right, which just means that we need to do conversions between the or do we do that in our access methods? We're going to do that in our access methods, which probably means that if I'm even better, where are we? Where is my... Here. I need to be in my OpenXR page. Where are you? Okay, let's put that here. Yeah, it's public. Woo! So I should be able to do hands. There you go. And here we're going to do open API pointer API. OpenXR API. There we go. Because we need to have the ability to call into this to get our hand info. Obviously, we need an access method for that, but we'll add that in a minute. For now, I just want to have that. Okie do. That's good. That's good. Where was the other one that I was just looking at? Type def. See, I forgot something. I knew I forgot something. Type def struct. There we go. Yeah. All right. So now that's our data itself. Yeah. Okay. That's what I was looking for. So this is actually a better example. So I'm going to go and keep this one open. And you as well. Ha! See, I've done it the same way here. How good is that? And then define it at the end. Oh, and that's much cleaner too. That's a much better example. I'm much happier about that. The reason why I was hesitating there. Why did I just lose? Sometimes Sublime closing files on me is driving me nuts. This one. So obviously it thought I hadn't done anything. Okay, so that's obviously not config data struct now, but that's OpenXR data struct. Data alloc. So it's important to use the right functions for this. Okay, there we go. Then we're going to do OpenXR. We're going to do data.hand is 0. So we're going to default that. Actually, we're going to default that to OpenXR API. Where are you? Left. We're going to make left hand the defaults. We can make an enumeration of that, left, right. Probably a better idea. And we're going to go and set our OpenXR API. And in this case, we're going to go and call our singleton function. Get. So if we initialize this or use this before our interface is initialized, it will already call our OpenXR constructor, which is fine because whichever one does it first gets it, and after that is reference counted, so that's all fine. And in this case, we now can go and return data. Now, obviously, these are pointers, so that needs to be that, and that needs to be that. There we go. And then in our destructor, we obviously want to make sure that Let's see. It's probably the same in here as well. Let's go have a look at the struct that we have here. If user data, then we're going to free user data. However, before we do that, we are going to go and say data, user data, boom, and let's see. Oh, I don't actually even care. That's funky. Huh, we don't even double check that. Okay. That is interesting. Okay. Fine by me. I still want to do this because what I want to do here is if data OpenXR API, then we're going to go and call that one. Obviously, like so. So I only want to release it if I actually obtained it. If for whatever reason our get API failed and our API is null, I don't actually want to do anything more there. So that's our constructor and our destructor. Now we need to register our constructor and destructor. So obviously we can go and copy that from here. There we go. Actually, boom. Okay. There we go. So obviously we need to go and copy the right names in there. There we go. All right. Well, okay, class name. Really? Why not? I don't know why I did it that way there. It probably seemed nice at the time. OpenXR hand. However, this thing is not going to be subclass from reference. It's going to be subclass from spatial. There we go. And that will allow us to use that as our root node, which is a problem because that's already has our Godot or our script for sizing stuff. So we're going to have to move that down a little and deal with it slightly different. But that's fine. We'll get there. All right. Actually, I need to rename these bloody things. Because this, you know what? I don't care about that right now. We're already too far down that rabbit hole. Maybe we'll make that a setting on this thing, whether it's doing mesh updates or skeleton updates. Or maybe we'll make an OpenXR skeleton for the skeleton hand. Hey, Pete, how you going? How are your cats? Let's look. Orange controller, radios are still. Nah, you know, if the controllers are off, it knows that they're off because that works in other places. So, I think they just missed that in the implementation, which is, you know, it's still in beta, so that's not really that crazy. So, Pete, have I convinced you yet to do stuff in Godot, or are you still an Unreal or Unity guy? One of these days, I gotta convert you, buddy. Anyway. So that should register our class. Now, obviously, that's going to be a pretty empty class that doesn't do anything. But I do want to start by compiling it and seeing if we can actually get it to initialize. All right. Of course, we got that user data. I like that better as a name anyway, so that's great. User data, user data. Let's see if those were the only things. Oh, handle. That's p handle, of course. Okay. Perfect. All right. So this is not going to do anything yet, but I want to see if it doesn't crash. Now, this is registered as a normal class, not as a tool class, which means that it shouldn't be doing anything in our interface. It's good, or in our editor. But at least we should be able to link it up. That's the first thing that we're going to be doing. Now, before we can do that, we need to go and steal another file. So in our OpenXR add-ons, there. Okay. Now, I'm going back into our Oculus plugin. And I'm going to steal our Oculus config GDNS file. And we're going to rename that to OpenXR hand.gdns. And I want to edit that guy. So obviously that is going to be the dash, no, that's underscore in this case. OpenXR. And that's going to be Godot OpenXR.gdnlib. And then this is going to be OpenXR hand. That's going to be OpenXR hand. There we go. That's right, because that wasn't a DLL. All right, so let's go and edit this guy. You got another cat, really cool. I gotta post some pictures on Facebook, buddy. Although I probably already have, and I just haven't checked it yet. Ah, cool. All right. Well, let me know if you need any help with showing off Godot. All right. So this is now not responding, and it's probably because I've been running it 300 times. So let's go and just restart this thing. I've had it twice now that it sort of hangs in that loading part. So in our scenes, we now have our left-hand scene. I'm just going to do it for our left hand. I'm going to leave our right-hand scene alone. But I now want to go and clear this script. Or actually just load. We're going to go back into our OpenXR. And we're actually going to put our OpenXR hand in there. Cool. All right. Now, the other thing is, this is now a mesh instance. Okay. Yuck. All right. So we're going to change that. So I'm going to make a new mesh instance. I would have really liked. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Let's just do it like this. So pink wing. I'm going to call this wrist, by the way. Yeah. And I think that we can actually put our script on there in a minute, which would be really cool. And we probably need to rename these things because I want to eventually, when we really implement this, I want this to follow the naming conventions that we have over here. So the left hand. Look at that. The palm is in between here. That's really interesting. Or is the palm an extra? I think it's an extra one because we're going through the metacarpal to the proximal. So that's the same thing that actually we've got here as well. So metacarpal, proximal, intermediate, distal. That's just the common names of these guys. Now we don't have a tip in here. So obviously we'll need to have a tip, but that's fine. And then obviously thumb, index, middle, ring, little. So we got that pink instead of little, so I'll need to rename that all eventually. Let's keep on doing this. Boom. And now thumb. Boom. So that's all there. So obviously that all needs to start following all these naming conventions here. But I'll rename that later. I'm not too worried about that right now. I think it's just if I remove the underscores, I think I'm pretty much there already. And I need to pull that. Oh, look at that thumb. Nice of them for not having names in there. So metacarpal or distal tip. They've left the intermediate out, and we do have that one here. Not to worry, because again, I'm not gonna make that before the night is over. Love it if they already made big changes like that. Feel sorry for them. Anyway, we're going to copy that over here. Paste. Boom. Which means I can now change this type to spatial. I want my root node to be a spatial node. And that's where our script is going to be on. So that's going to be updating everything that's underneath here. I might end up adding the palm in here, or that will be our palm, which is fine. So we're going to start at our wrist and then work our way through all the positionings there. We shall see. But we're going to start with that. So that now has a script to it, which can now place this thing, which now also means that if I go into main, I'm going to go into our FPS controller. There we go. Oh, there we go. So we're going to left hand and right hand there as controllers. So I actually want to go. Do I do anything with that? No, I don't. So that's going to be left hand controller. Let's wait with that to rename. Okay, I'm going to do something really weird. Disregard. I don't need to say controller. Controller. Now, the things that I just moved aren't even proper controllers. So that's now done like that. So I can go and move that one back. And I can move that one back. And hopefully these are still in the right position. They are. They definitely are. Very good. Cool. So in this case, we're going to go and say, left hand scene. So I'm not going to do the right hand scene yet. Because the because we haven't done anything with that one yet. That one's not being controlled yet. So we're going to test with our left hand and see if we can actually position that. Okay. Which is good because that's also our default value. But so far so good. That's all working. So yeah, I'm going to close this again because we can't compile when that's open. It's really annoying, but it is what it is. I think we're actually going to start by putting our process logic in here. And already positioning that. And then after that, that will make the hand switchable. All right. Cool. Now, that means we need to add a method in. And I'm just going to steal one here, even though that has nothing to do with what we're doing. And we're going to call that OpenXR and physics process. There we go. And that takes everything. Now, okay. Just so that we return something that really should be ignored, but that's all the CPP stuff. Yeah, just checking whether that should work. So that should initialize our variant as a boolean that returns true. It actually doesn't need to return anything, but it is what it is. All right. So in order to register that, boom, we just need that bit of code. Ding. So this is actually going to be, where are we? OpenXR. So that's going to go over there. And this is now going to be called underscore physics process. There you go. Now, that in theory should now be called every iteration. All right. Okay, yeah. Oh, I did it like that there. Okay. I think that's a bit overdone. All right. So, we need to get our hand info. Now, we are including our whole OpenXR API, so that's good. Okay. And I'm actually more than happy to say we're going to do pointer. Probably want to define that as const so that they can't change it. Just a read-only thing that we want to return. I might regret that. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. And this is where everything gets really convoluted and annoying. Pointer tracker. It's P. Actually, no. What's that called? And there we go. And we can actually implement that here. Return and trackers. And there we go. That should do that. Okay. Which means that we should be able to do now this pointer and is data OpenXR API. Probably should check whether that's set as well. That's okay. Not to worry about that right now, because we should never get this far at that point in time, I guess. Not sure. Get hand tracker. Data. Hand. Okay. That should get our hand tracker information. All right. I'm actually going to move this up here. If that's null, that's null. Because now I can do if data and data open XR API. So in theory, that should mean that both should be set. And if that one is null, that should not be checked. Because obviously, if you check a member of a null pointer, things get a little crazy. But doing it this way, I think it checks both. So we're going to get our hand now. And the first thing that we obviously want to know is if hand where are you? Where's my definition? That is initialized and hand dot locations dot. Actually, I'm gonna go. No. Wait. Where the code is active. That was what I was looking for. So if we're initialized and we're active, sweet, good. At that point in time, we're going to do something. If not, we're going to hide our hand. So here comes our first challenge, is setting properties for objects. And again, I haven't done this in a long time. And the problem that I have is that that is not working through these calls. I'm not doing anything like that here because these are all references. How do we set properties again? I've done everything in Godot C++ these last few years. Well, actually, one really easy way to figure that out is to look at how Godot CPP does it. Let's close you. Let's go have a look over here. Godot. Godot CPP. What in core? Node in core? No, it's not core. Gen. Let's go find node. The thing that's the level where here we go. Cool. Okay. No, that's not on that level. Okay. Maybe it's a spatial. It's possible. Visible. It's a spatial. Okay. That's cool. Spatial. Where are you? Here we go. Visible. Okay. Alrighty. I'll steal this. Let's make sure that those don't close because we're on them. And again, this is where life becomes so much easier when we just use Godot CPP and just have these things handy. Here we go, Godot calls. So we got a whole bunch of these Godot calls here. I'm going to go and add this one in. So I am not actually caring about any of this. Godot iCall bowl. Done. 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 Dun, 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 dun. We don't have any of this. I'm going to be inst. Alright. Return. Alright. Okay. Interesting that I didn't have that one yet. There we go. So that allows us to call a function. Now we need to go and add something for us. So we only care about a set visible. And we need to do it on spatial. That's fine. to go and add that in here. That's just going to be normal API. Okay. Where do we define those? That's probably... that's already defined there. Okay. We're going to put our method binds that we need here. Yeah. Set visible. That needs to be a pointer. Okay, let's go. All right. Fun and games. Don't need you anymore. All right. So that should allow us to do this. All right, we did something wrong and I already closed it. How lovely is that? I think I looked up the wrong one. Let's go back to spatial. Where are you, spatial? I shouldn't have closed you yet. Okay, set invisible. No, set visible, not invisible. Okay. See? All right. I'm going to keep the other one as well because it's handy to have. Oh, that's defined as an inline one. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to do that here though. Look at that. So that's to get a Boolean. And this is to set a Boolean. Let's see if yeah, I thought so. There we go. That's where it changed between those. That's why we don't have inst owner here, because that's not a point here. We got a null pointer for return. We got that. Perfect. That should do exactly what we wanted to do now. Obviously, I need to add that in here as well. Boom. Okay. So that means I can now do this. Set visible. Why do these things not have names? I would say that. Okay. Now that's all in line with the other one. So this is going to be p instance, and this is going to be false. So hide it. And here we're going to say show it. And of course I closed spatial again. Huh? Let's keep that in here because we actually need to know much more of this, because we're going to go set our transform. To be exact, we're going to go set our global transform, which means that we are going to need to convert. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Yeah, I might want to change that. I might want to do that differently. You know what? I am going to do that differently. Yeah. Right. Transfer from pros, because I need access to this guy. Um, I'm going to need to move some of these things into helper functions at some point in time so I can use them throughout the library. Well, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to make my life easy. And again, I think we're going to need to do something nice over that at some point in time. But I'm just going to throw this over here so that we have a local variable for this. Or local variable. A local function for this so that we can quickly convert that, which is really cool. But I'll probably start doing things more with access methods. So we're going to define our transform here. Very good. Then we want a transform from pose. We want to load in our transform. Now we want to go and use our hand dot this one pose. And I'm not going to bother with the world scale right now. So we're going to just say that is 1. So that should convert our transform, or our pose that we're getting from OpenXR to a Godot transform. And again, we are currently using our play space coordinate system. So I'm assuming we are getting these coordinates in global space in relationship to our origin point. Now, that is important because if I now set this, because that was what I was originally looking at, if I set this as our global transform and our origin point has moved, then this is still going to be as if our origin point is at our 0, 0, 0 position. So that's not what we want. So we're actually going to go and call our set transform function because our, well, we haven't got Godot open anymore, because our node should always be a child node of the origin point, and therefore that will be in proper relationship. Now that does mean that for all the other bones, we're going to have to calculate offsets between the positions, which is going to be really interesting. Going to be a bit challenging even. All right. So again, we're going to do exactly the same trick. It is annoying, but it is what it is. Here we go. I'm going to steal this guy again. I'm pretty sure I don't have that in here yet. Or do I? I might. No, I don't think I'm just going to add that to the end. Again, we're going to go to the same sort of changes. This just needs to be that. This needs to be that. This does not need to be like that. That also needs to change here, I think. Indeed. We are not using that here. I think I'm going to make it my weekend project to convert over OpenXR to use Godot CVP. Chris is going to love me for that. I'm pretty sure. There we go. So that means I should now be able to call this one. That's going to be data MB set transform, which we don't have yet. The instance and transform. I don't know if that transform is that a pointer. I think it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. Pretty sure that needs to have a space there. Interesting that it didn't. But no, don't need a pointer because it's an at, so that's good. So that means we need to go and add Godot a method. Now, if the method bind fails, we crash because I'm not doing any checking here. Data is what? Ah, my keyboard is slightly different than the one that I use during my day job. There we go. All right. Getting close. 83. Might help if I save. Also, it's complaining about number 83. Ah, because we haven't renamed those things. Okay. Boom. We did do it there. Okay. Interestingly, that doesn't have a name. All right. 95. First of all, that. Okay, I need to change that in the other place as well. All right. Go to our API. What can I close without regretting? Can I close that? Close that one. 148. It's this one. There we go. Alrighty. Ooh, getting further. How did I get that? Where are we? 29. Huh? How did I copy this and end up with that? Because I went to the wrong one. Okay. Pretty much looks like the same code. Just differently. Whatever. I don't care about that comment right now. We're gonna move that centralized at some point anyway. All right. Pose 3, 4. serious. That's right, BDEFs. World scale. So all the other. I don't get it. So inconsistent with my naming convention sometimes. Anyway, getting closer. 29. What's wrong with 29? Missing type specifier. 29. Because that needs to be void. I do not care about you. I don't know why that has a true as a result. Doesn't make any sense to check that. 46. Oh, okay. Need to make sure I carry my constants. Yeah, that doesn't take 2. How does it think that it takes 2? 1, 2, 3. 4, 8. Okay. Pointers. 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 What about now? All right. Okay, so that needs to be a pointer. Oh, and it doesn't like that's not constant. Well, that's easy to solve. Const. Oh, because we're not changing it, so that's fine. Okay. And that is because that is b handle. All right. Now we don't have to edit it because this is going to be running in the runtime. And we have done it on our left controller. So let's see if we got lucky or not. Obviously, we're getting all sorts of junk in there. Oh, we're getting that guy. But we're not seeing ours. Is a block in the way, which is possible. I think we're also going to go and disable that output because I'm going nuts with that. And there's no point now that we know that that works. So yeah, we don't really care about any of that. Alrighty. So what I want to do is I want to hide that on my left controller because we're now going to get that on our left hand. Just like that. All right. Let's see if we get more luck now. Oh, we're not seeing anything move. Our hands are still on the ground over there. So tough luck. Hold my cable management again. Haha. Alrighty. So we know that we were getting positions. So one option is we're not getting our process. That's a possibility. We're getting our process function called. So let's start with that assumption. Let's go over here. No, not over here. Go over here. And let's go and say update hat. Let's see if we're getting output here. Because I need to close that. All right. Now we're just interested in output, so all right. Well, we're not being called, so our physics process is not being called. Well, but our hand check is supported. Okay. Now, one of those reasons could be because we actually need to turn physics process on. So, object. So the property. Is it on a node then? Oh, wait. Should have gone to this one. Here we go. So, our underscore physics process, that one's being called. Well, assumably. But it does mean that that needs to be enabled. This one. Well, there's a very simple way to check that. And as that, we just put it over here for now. Not sure why that's not auto-completing. Let's make sure that gets run. Oh. Still not. All right. All right. So that is absolutely calling our GDS. Let's put a few more prints in here to make sure that this is all running. New hand. My hand. Yeah. And that is definitely being called. Okay. Let's see how far we get. All right. I don't see any. Fail to get modified time. In lib. Have library. Okay, so you made a typo somewhere. Oh, that's stuck again. Let's have a look at that. Well, we know that our GDN lit works because else it wouldn't be starting. Add-ons. That does have a dash in there. And then that does have an underscore. Okay. Let's see if we now get some log spam. No, still no log spam. No native script in it. Okay. Now, that's possible. Because we made a typo. Very good. It's good there. Wrong there. Okay. Interesting. Surprised that our compiler didn't complain about that. Getting close. Boink. I want to have a look at what's all this. Okay. I know what that is. That's our NAN going crazy, our positioning. Not happy about that. Not happy about that at all. I'm going to comment out that set physics process thing. Why does that keep hanging? Something gets distorts. Okay. Let's see if that still works. Yep. So we didn't need that. That's good. Where is our hand? Here's our hand. I just want to get rid of those things. Because we now know that that works. Still no luck. It's doing something. It's on the wrong side. Oh. Well, we're getting close. Close but no cigar. Okay. I wonder if because it's first flying off into nowhere land, whether that just screws a whole bunch of things up. It's possible. You know what? If one is that, then that's fine. So what I'm actually going to change this to is bomb.position.x smaller than or no, sorry, bigger than 3 onto 3. Something really big. It's going to be the other way around. Let's see if that's at least enough to not make it go crazy. That's one thing. That's probably good. And I'm gonna do a little bit of log spam here after all. Let's go and just do this so that we have access to it. This is going to be hand. Go, and then we can just do oops, palm here. Yeah. All right. That. Then there we go. Palm dots position dot x. That's yep. Yep. Actually, let's restart that one from scratch. We have a nice empty log. All right, see what it does. All right, so we're getting positions now. Again, I don't know if whether because the positions were so far off. I know that we're getting stuff now. Where are those errors? Here we go. Here. Way too big. So why aren't we being protected by this? We're making it inactive. Or no, this does not help, so let's take that out. Sounds like it's not getting any. It might be defaulting to active, and then not figuring out that it's actually not active until a couple of frames when OpenXR has done its initialization. That's kind of, I think, what we're getting here as well. Not sure why I said failed to log at space, but yeah, it's good enough. I'm going to put it false here. So just in case we're starting out as true before we get our first bit of data. Is there anything I can think of? Doesn't make much sense otherwise. Okay. Where's my... Oh, it's stuck again. Okay. That seems to have worked. Okay, that's probably tracking issues up until we get it back there. Now, these values look okay enough too. So, let's limit our spam again so that we only get errors. I'm just going to go have a look around and see if I can actually find my controller somewhere else. Just in case our coordinate system is not what it's supposed to be. Alright. So. Let's try one more thing. Oh, for that we need to be in the editor. Okay. Go edit. Let's go run again. Let's go check our remotes. Left hand. Well, it's updating the positions. Scale is good. They're not visible. And let's go back to... Okay, so our visibles... Our set visible is not working. Okay. Okay, what are we doing wrong with our set visible? That's hilarious. That's funny. That is funny. Oh boy, that's funny. That's hilarious. Fucking A. Look at that. It's the wrong way around. That's because, you know, I just loaded this from our whatchamacallit thing. But we're getting our wrist position. Pretty cool. Pretty spectacularly cool. Now that obviously is only our start. First thing that I need to do is make sure that the orientation of that mesh is proper to start with. Although the way that that one works, it would actually fix itself up. So yeah. It's a lot of puzzling, Maniac. So yeah. Fun though. Although I don't like this. I don't like doing it old C style in G native. It just leads to quite messy code. So yeah, we're going to definitely convert this to using Godot CPP. That's something that I'll be working on soon. Not right now though. All in all, we have all our basics here. So we're actually already getting all our tracking data in. Now, one thing that is a problem, which I don't like about how OpenXR has done this compared to OpenVR, although that might have to do with how I'm using my space locations, is I'm getting everything in, well, basically in world space, as far as OpenVR is concerned. Now, for the mesh option here, that doesn't really matter that much because Godot can kind of help me with that. But once I do a skeleton, I'm going to need to have a situation or a solution where I know which joint is linked to what other joint, and then get the difference in transform between the two. So that's going to be fun. And then, of course, when we do skeleton, I need to go then compare that difference to our pose. It's even more fun. So, yeah, that'll be fun. Okay. I think I'm going to leave it there tonight. It is 1:15. So, so yeah, but we're basically getting all the data in. That's already immensely good. It's just now making the data do what it's supposed to do. But that's probably a couple of hours more work. So yeah, I think that is where we're going to leave it today. Again, like I said a little earlier, when I realized that this was going to take more time than one stream's worth, I'm probably going to be working more on this weekend. Might do a surprise stream on Sunday, depending on what my family decides to do, whether they are going out by themselves or whether we're going to do some family stuff together. We'll see. Else, you'll probably see a demo of this working by next stream. Or, if I don't have time, then we'll pick up where we left off next stream. So yeah, this was a little bit different than the usual streams that I do. I just wanted to focus on this for a change because it's something that I've been wanting to look into for a while now and just haven't gotten around to yet. So pretty cool. I'm happy. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know it's not strictly Godot programming tonight. It's all C++. I wager that a lot of people don't really care about writing C++ code. So sorry for you guys. I hope you still enjoyed it and found it useful or at least entertaining. So yeah. Thank you guys all for watching, as always. And well, I might see you Sunday if I can. No promises. And else till next Friday. So cool. See you guys then. Have a good night. Bye.